Rylar, you're exactly correct. I was trying to think of a catchy title. I don't know.
I was like, I could feel the delay, and I was like, oh, that's what he's doing.
Hey, look, it's hard trying to think up of something interesting every single day. Okay.
We should make a list of them and then just pull from the hat.
That's true. I like it. Yeah, we should get the audience to do it. Just even maybe before the show.
That would be fun. Be like, hey, what are some ideas for a title?
All right. Write that down. Write that down. Hello, Mongoose. Oh, got a couple more hands up to speak. If you would like to speak, just hit the little hand button and I'll invite you up. But yeah, let's dig into some plays.
Hello.
The memes. Oh, hello. Do you have a play for us? If not, I'll just comment on the fact that the memes are down and continuing down. Did we end up watching the whole investor presentation?
We made it up to when people started asking questions, but there was a lot of people in the chat that were like, "Why are we listening to this?" And eventually, I turned it off just because it was also a little bit depressing to see that the stock it dropped down like a little bit, then it fully recovered. So it was still hovering around the 40-cent mark during all that.
All right.
But
sorry,
we didn't get the pump that we were hoping for, but we did find out that they're going to be producing. They have like at least an order of 100 vehicles for the end of this year, but they're not going to have the thousands they expect until 2025. So anyone that's on the replay, you should be holding until at least 2025 if you expect actual nice profits above the dollar range. That's all.
Yeah, the only thing I was listening in as well, I think they said they were looking to raise like 100 million in capital so they can ramp up for their next move.
Yeah, so they're gonna be burning through some of their cash, but they have no debt. So when they have by the end of the year, they said they're gonna get to about 65 million in cash left over, and they're gonna need 130 to 180 million to reach their goals. So they're going to figure out ways to either take on a little bit of debt for to get the remaining orders out, or raise capital in other ways. But for the guy saying RE will be delisted soon, they're actually going to be they have an extension until November 6th to get above $1. Who knows if that's going to happen, but even if it doesn't, by then they'll probably do a reverse split. Mullen just did that recently. They're still active, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I definitely see there's a lot of potential with them. And if they do succeed, they're just going to go to the moon. They have like so much potential.
Leap and Leopard, you said to go with BLDB. Do you have more info on that?
Leopard about to drop that knowledge on you.
So yeah, RE's in a crowded space, but they also have a bit of a unique aspect where, compared to a lot of the other consumer discretionary type electric vehicles, I know there's like a lot of trucks coming out, especially from like the big manufacturers too, but they have some unique things like we've talked about before, where they can assemble their vehicles much faster. They can also the maintenance is about an hour because of the way that everything's spread to the wheelbase, among other things, where they make kits that they can sell to these big manufacturers where they can put their box on top of it. So I mean, they're obviously it's a crowded space, but they have a product that could stand out in that marketplace. Am I talking? Someone?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I was so I was looking at Re, and good morning everyone, and I was looking at their chassis or whatever you want to call it, and it reminded me of something that was over in Lake Nona, Laureate Park over here. There's a shuttle that looks almost exactly like one from Re, but it doesn't look like it is. It says it's Beep, BEEP. Was the shuttle, but that's what I was doing. I was looking into that.
I like the ticker.
I definitely see a lot of potential for Re in the future with military contracts. I think they're going to get into the defense industry eventually, because they're based out of Israel. The modular platform, there's a lot of potential. You could just put any kind of MRAP V-hole, blast-proof body on top of that, or just a lot of potential. Even the little ones they have, they're all planned to be autonomous driven anyway. It's a lot of potential in that market too.
A little bit scary too if they create robots for the robot wars.
Yeah.
I can definitely see that.
I think we've talked about Re for a fair bit this morning. Do we want to say any last words before we kind of transition to other topics? I'm seeing interesting stuff coming out of chip makers, NVIDIA, Intel doing some interesting moves. BMO and Scotiabank, banks up here in Canada, which you guys don't care about or know about, also had big losses on loss-making provisions. So interesting stuff there. So lots to talk about. Any last thoughts on Re before we do?
No, I think we covered it to death.
Talk a bit.
Re Moon.
Yeah, that's the last word. Remoon, 2025.
Hey.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't necessarily sold on him like you guys were. I mean, I wish the best for you. I'm not doing puts and stuff, but
No. I think part of it too is don't get me wrong, it's mostly a meme, because I think a long time ago too, there's a lot of people that would come onto the Discord and they would say hey, we need a new stock to rally behind. GME seems to be kind of
I gotcha.
gun and gun, and then
yeah.
So a lot of it has to do with just the name of the company. Once we found out that they have an actual product that's potentially a value play, I mean, that's a good bonus, but at the end of the day, it's a cheap penny stock that's just fun to mess around with. So if anybody buys it and makes a little bit of profit, don't feel like you need to hold on to it longer than you need to.
Yeah, I definitely cash out.
Yeah, I must have missed that memo. It was there in the TPS reports.
No, I mean, we've brought this up, I would say, just here.
No,
and there
I'm talking about the origination. No, I've definitely seen it on it. I was just talking the origination. No, you're good.
Right. No, you're good. Okay, let's talk about NVIDIA.
Well, actually,
yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just excited. I'm like, yeah, NVIDIA's down.
I know, it is surprising. Now, is that because they're potentially facing more competition from Intel?
Honestly, I don't think so. I think it all has to deal with this debt ceiling, because I mean, if you look at everyone, Google was down, Apple was down. I think foreign investors aren't liking how close that the U.S. is trying to play with this debt ceiling thing, if you want my honest opinion.
Yeah, but they do this every time.
That in every American investor that's exactly what they're going to say. But you have to think that our way of thinking isn't necessarily the world's way of thinking, and that's why I think that foreign investors are like, you know what? I'm sorry, this is too close, because I mean, even on the news, yesterday. If you look, the Republicans were saying we're not even close to a deal. I mean, look, we're what, 5 days, 6 days out? I mean, plus the stock market is closed on Monday, and I mean, like a couple of those days were also weekend days. So I mean, you subtract 3 more days from that, you're removing time from the investors to be able to react to whichever way they're going to do it. So they're trying to play it on the safe side. I see a lot of money moving out of the market in the next 2 days, if you want my honest opinion.
So is that a bull trap that we've been experiencing?
Yeah, actually, I said it Monday, I think. I said this is probably the largest bull trap of all time.
So what about like potential meetings in the future with the FOMC if they decide to either pause or...
So I think that is also going to take place. The 25 basis points, I think if we somehow rebound off of this debt ceiling, like let's just say that today they come up with a debt ceiling thing and stocks go positive. I think if that happens, we see a 25 basis points. I think if we see a pullback, I think we see a pause.
So the moves, trades to be made here are...
Sorry.
For me, puts on everything.
I don't know. I'm still holding my longs and buying dips, but that's just me.
I think a big part of the FOMC is going to be dependent on the PPE on Friday.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, if you guys don't mind me redirecting the conversation, we got Kohl's up almost 13%, and they are doing actually amazing things. I know you guys are in the retail world, all love GameStop, and used to love Bed Bath & Beyond before they all died. But Kohl's is actually pretty interesting. Like, they swung massively to a net profit from an expectation of negative 40 cents to actuals of plus 13 cents per share. Margins were up, inventory was down. And this is all on the back of like a new CEO. So I'm not sure exactly what fixes he made, but just from looking at the numbers quickly, it looks like he's doing the right thing. Has anyone been following the Kohl's kind of story or turnaround?
This has nothing to do with it, but I used to work with the son of the heir to the Kohl's dynasty or something. He was like supposed to inherit all of this money from Kohl's, but he had to get a real job in the workforce before he could accept it. And I thought that was a strange story. Moving on.
That's fair. Do you want a bunch of spoiled kids? I don't know. Decibel, raise the price and then put them on sale, is perhaps a good description of Kohl's. But, I mean, if you remember the Payless story, and I can recount it if you want to know, if people don't know. But, yeah, the whole putting things on sale thing, it works. And that's what you got to do. That's just the game. Because if you don't, you're out of business. There we go. Sorry, I'm just trying to invite a couple more people up here.
I'd say puts on Gap. They seem to be going down, and they have an earnings Thursday after market. I don't think they're going to do too good.
I have a long-term play that I'm still doing research on. I'm thinking about making a DD post on it soon, but United Health is one of my favorite stocks and currently trading in the upper 400s, but from what I've been seeing that they could go to like 600 within the next 12 months. But I'm going to get more info on that. I don't know if anybody else is looking at UNH.
Sorry, what was the name there again?
United Health, UNH. I don't know how to do the military thing, but mostly the thesis behind that is we have a consistently aging population, and we have rising obesity rates combined with new drugs that are coming out, and people are going to need health insurance for that. And health insurance is something that you're not going to get rid of if there's a recession, because if you're not around to buy other necessities, then I mean, you need your health. So that's the main thesis, and they've been up. Their all-time chart is kind of ridiculous. They've been up like 300,000%, while Apple is like half of that, 150,000. So like, you might think like, oh, it's time for them to drop, but they've been kind of flat for like the past year, and the little research I've done so far, it looks like they could potentially go up over the next year.
Dude, I love my United Health insurance. It's amazing.
See, we already got some good anecdotal evidence.
It's amazing. It got me dental, it got me vision, it got me everything I needed.
Genome, what's the military lingo for UNH? Uniform and I don't know if you're listening. Ukulele NVIDIA, huh?
Uniform November Hotel.
Oh, okay. I like that. That could be like an indie rock band.
Correct. Good name for a band.
I like the ambient music in the background.
Sorry?
Yeah, you should be here when it's off. It's very awkward.
Oh, the background sounds?
Those are my
Those
are my favorite times, when we sit in somber silence and observe the market.
For the record, anyone who is a moderator can bring up the bot. All you have to do is just tag it and then bring up its name. You might have to say the word nice as well.
I found out that yesterday because Ayat left, but before he left, he was like, "Oh, just let me know if you need the bot back." So I thought only he could do it for some reason, and then I found out we can.
Oh, well, it's funny to kind of think of you guys sitting in somber silence, but I'm so sorry. Jin Shrub is asking about Scotiabank. No, I don't think there's anything you got to worry about. It's loan loss provisions that is what causes their earnings to slip, but nothing that should kind of affect you. The good news about Canada, which is usually bad news, is that we are a country of oligopolies, and our big four banks are, pretty much arms of the government, if you will. Like, they can't go down. It can't happen. So we kind of saw it in 2008 as well. We were significantly less exposed, obviously still exposed, but to a significantly smaller extent. So home prices here didn't crash as hard, and banks here also didn't suffer quite as hard. But the other side to that is you have to pay higher commissions and trading fees, and fees on everything. So it's a double-edged sword for sure. But does Lebowski work for BNS?
No, I just know that he's a avid follower of them and investor. I think he mostly likes them for the dividend, but he mentions it all the time.
Leap and Leopard asks about Canadian mortgages. What happens if rates stay higher? than the 5-year period that is the maximum period here that we can lock in. Some people will have to pay higher mortgages, but for the most part, I mean, I think most people will just get into the situation where they're primarily paying off interest and kind of like resetting the percentage of their mortgage payment that's interest, because I think it's the hurdle rate that they have to hit before their payment amount readjusts. But basically, for the first 5 years, right, they're making payments on their mortgage. Presumably, they're making payments on their mortgage, and they're paying off some of the principal. So the 5 years actually gives them a lot of breathing room. I think it'd be interesting to kind of run the numbers on like the average, mortgage, and see if you entered in at like just before the interest rates started going up, which would be the actual worst case scenario, I think. The worst case scenario. Then and rates stay up, like, how much of a hit are you really taking, or is your mortgage payment, are they actually going to even go up? Because usually what happens is you keep the same mortgage payment amount, but then the percentage of it that's allocated towards interest or principal changes. Breakthrough EV battery pack could last 2 million kilometers. I feel like we see these all the time, but historically, where have big breakthroughs in EV batteries come from? Has it been the major companies, or has it really been smaller ones that then get acquired?
I don't know the answer to that, but aren't there still issues with regular EV batteries not dealing well with cold temperatures? That's one of the...
Yeah, I think that's always kind of been a thing.
Toyota and Panasonic are in a joint venture called Prime Planet Energy, if I remember correctly, and they're working on a new prismatic lithium-ion battery, which is supposed to be advantageous over the typical cylindrical lithium-ion battery.
Is that better for all temperatures?
I believe so.
That was one of the reasons I've held back, and I also heard like stuff about like hydrogen fuel cells going to replace batteries in the future. I don't know if that's accurate.
Yeah, I heard something about that as well too. I think the only downfall about the prismatic batteries is they're a little bit larger than the cylindrical, but I think other than that, I think they also have a longer lifetime as well, like more cycles.
Did I get summoned up here? What the hell?
Sorry, I forgot to mute.
Is that a fuel cell, hydrogen fuel cell car still in production? The Toyota?
I thought, wasn't Nikola doing that? I don't think we have any EV experts on the call right now.
I only really saw them in California though. I don't think they're widely adopted.
Well, the people in the chat seem to know it's not happening, or it is happening, but not for the masses.
I mean, it most certainly already happened on some level. There's a car that uses it that you can buy and drive on the road, but whether
I heard that it's
to fuel it outside of one state, then.
So, Leap and Leopard, do you think that it's not going to replace batteries in the future?
Yeah, so total sales looks like there's like 3 or 4,000 in the or 5,000 at most in the US. So for the Toyota, that is.
Well, from what I heard, the advantages over the batteries is like it's more sustainable and it's not susceptible to shifts in temperature, but I'm not expert
Yeah,
on
but I
that.
think that's minimal at best. Like,
Oh, okay.
if you're, I don't know. I think the theory behind trucking is that you'd use electric for trucks for like short to mid range, so that you can get it all in one rough charge, and then charge it while like the truck's being unloaded and do a return trip or something, right? Like long haul trucking is very different, I think, than
Yeah,
kind
and
of
the
interstate deliveries and stuff.
All trucking is going to have major issues with electric. If you look at the way electric car fires occur, and then you want to, even buses, there are safety concerns in terms of exit times, in terms of everyone being able to leave a bus that has started a fire because of how rapidly they can prevent people from leaving the tin. So trucking is also going to have similar issues, and the weight to payload is going to be a significant. It's going to be quite significant. The road damage is going to be a lot more as cars get heavier and heavier based on batteries.
You know, if we just did bullet trains like the rest of the world, we'd probably eliminate the massive need for all these trucks on the road, and then we'd be able to pull half the weight off of the road, so we'd actually not have to worry about it.
Stop your logical common sense. Although bullet trains aren't great for cargo, but they are great for passengers. But yes, more trains are better than cars and trucks. I mean, let's be clear.
I mean, we're so behind on this now that Japan is actually doing maglev. If anybody's seen the videos on the maglev trains, I mean, I'm not asking for maglev, but I would love some bullet trains. You know, maybe like Florida to DC, from DC to New York. Maybe we could have a couple cross country.
Right? There's a private company not doing bullet, but doing high speed, which is really like low speed European, so like 300. Those types of like
125 miles an hour. There's one that's going from Orlando to Miami.
Right.
I think
so
125 is the max that you can do in America by law.
Oh, okay. I know that company's also doing the Vegas to LA, and they are. I think there's opportunities with them if they ever stop being private.
Yeah, and if they maybe add like the fees for them are actually exorbitant. At least I know the ones that go from Miami to Orlando, I think it's cheaper to buy a plane ticket, which is kind of insane.
The fees on train cars in general are we're looked into buying a private train car. It's actually like more expensive than a private plane, which is just nuts. Like if you wanted your own train car and just to be carried around the U.S. on it.
Yeah, that's the oil and airline lobbyists for you.
Have you guys ever seen Stanley Myers? He created a hydrogen-powered dune buggy like a few decades ago. He perfected the system that made it safe, so you weren't driving around with a huge tank of live hydrogen. He basically created a direct injection fuel injector that did the electrolysis at the injector. So it was water, just a tank of water as your fuel tank, and then once it gets to the injector, then the electrolysis happens, and then the hydrogen gets fed in for combustion. But he had everything figured out, and supposedly he had a meeting with some investors. They were oil guys from the Middle East, and they were going to pay him hundreds of millions of dollars to not go through with his invention. Because with his invention, you can run basically any engine off of water forever. And so he mysteriously drank something and ran outside of the restaurant and died and collapsed in front of his brother. And he said they poisoned me before he died.
There's like 5 different stories of different people doing that through the years.
Oh yeah, they limit battery technology and fuel efficiency technology so oil can make tremendous money. It's been going on since the Rockefellers, like when they banned hemp, because hemp would be a viable competitor to crude oil in every aspect. They demonized that during the campaign to demonize marijuana was so they can make hemp illegal at the time.
Sorry, are you saying that hemp could be viable for gas?
Hemp oil hemp
No.
itself is viable for many things, including as a fuel.
Steam engine, and it turns
The
out
amount of ground that you would need to sacrifice to generate fuel would be, I mean, that's actually the big problem. That's kind of why SAF fuels are just delusional. So SAF is sustainable aviation fuels, and that's kind of how the aviation world is going to be trying to mitigate their emissions to meet European standards. And unless we use waste, like sewage, to generate those SAFs, the amount of land you would have to sacrifice from agriculture to generate, it's astronomical.
For a
We
jet
just don't
fuel,
have the land. Yes.
jet
What do you
fuel,
mean?
the-
What do you mean sacrifice wind?
and
And
hemp,
you only have so much land, so you'd have to give up land for feedstock or for food for people to generate, like, it's the same problem with ethanol for cars. So it's like the amount of land you have to give and the amount of energy you have to put in terms of labor and electricity and processing and all of that to get your jet fuel. Just doesn't make sense economically.
cars and trucks, jet fuel, that's an extremely high octane rating. That's a different thing altogether. But
Yeah, but I'm saying that, but like right now, there's a big push for that. There's a huge push to do that.
I
That's
agree
actually
with that.
but it just doesn't. And even for ethanol, right? That was the big thing with ethanol. Ethanol was supposed to take over as a way for countries that don't have a lot of oil reserves, like Brazil. Before, but now they have, their hands in quite a bit of oil. But that's why they pushed so much ethanol in South America.
Yeah, I don't like ethanol either. But since they re-legalized hemp farming with the Farm Bill a couple years ago, now technology's catching up and it's a huge market. But I believe like for a regular, maybe biodiesel or for anything that petroleum can make, hemp can make it better. And you can reforest the desert with hemp if you wanted to. If you had land that was useless, you could probably get away with cultivating hemp there and just let it grow wild. And it just has such efficiency with its growth cycle.
The fastest photosynthesis of almost any plant is hemp.
And it also it revitalizes the soil as well.
Correct.
Seaweed is the most efficient plant.
Correct. You can't use night vision in a hemp field because it runs so quick that all it is heat. You see red. You can't even see anybody inside a field of hemp, let's say.
Damn, that's wild. Just like diesel was created by Dr. Rudolph Diesel to run off, I think, peanut oil or like a mustard seed or something. And then petroleum took it over. Diesels actually run better off of a vegetable oil. The seals are lubricated better. It's cleaner burning. It doesn't get as dirty as petroleum based. Just a lot of potential there. Got to mix some methane in there, but that's about it. So any calls on him?
Have you guys been hearing the news about Ozempic?
Ozempic.
Weight loss drug.
Oh no! Today they're saying it's not just weight loss; it's anti-addiction, anti-anxiety. It's working for all this stuff's coming on the news today.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
Interesting.
I'm gonna get my hands on some Wegovy.
If I had the choice, I would choose Wegovy too.
Alright,
What's
so
that?
Go back to Ozempic.
It's a more effective Ozempic. It works 2 different ways instead of just one. And
If it makes you,
supposedly works faster. I don't know all the details. I just heard it from a doctor, so I trust it.
If I would have a choice, I would choose neither.
Exactly. No drugs for me.
Okay. No
The
meds
side
or meds.
effects, the potential side effects suck, no matter which one you take.
What are the side effects?
I believe issues with kidneys and dehydration. What else? Pancreatic stuff. I have to look at the indications again, but it's not something that you really want to take unless you have to.
Right.
Let me look up the package insert.
Yep.
I don't think they're like terrible.
Okay, can I talk about Warby Parker and the domestic eyeglasses market? Is that cool if I derail the conversation now?
Yeah, go for it. I see you can. What?
Okay, it's WRBY, Warby Parker. So these guys are optometry offices. If Queen of Hearts wants to come up here, I think Queen of Hearts might have some opinions on this one. But they were on my short list for a while, and I was looking to shorten these guys. They were pretty beaten down. I thought they had more downsies to go based on the fact that their balance sheets were a little wobbly. But what's come to my attention as of this morning, and I've gone ahead and checked this, several family offices have bought into Warby Parker, and I mean big family offices, including Stanley Druckenmiller, have bought into Warby Parker. So here's the thing. They have a higher Sharp ratio than I do, so they probably know more than I know. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and reverse my thesis on Warby Parker. I am now bullish on Warby Parker. I'm going to be looking at calls dated a couple months out, and the ticker is WRBY, Warby Parker. These guys make money off of a few different ways. One is selling the eyeglasses and the contact lenses. Another way that they make money is they actually rent their locations to the optometrists. A lot of people don't realize this about the optometry profession, but many optometrists are actually paying rent to be in that location, to give eye exams and to perform their practice, right? So very similar to, doctors often rent their offices. Very similar thing is going on in the optometry space as well. But it's a little bit more, controlled. So anyway, Warby Parker, I'm bullish on these guys. Take a look at them, see what y'all think.
Nice DD, man.
Ticker for Warby Parker is WRBY. Again, that's WRBY. And I don't think these guys are like a huge value play or something like that. I just think they have a little bit more room up to go. So, I don't think it's like some kind of hidden gem or anything, or a pretty well-known stock. But I do find it interesting that family offices are doubling down on them. Yeah, I'm seeing that too. Like there is like no open interest on these options. Maybe just buy the stock and wait. I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
They probably do.
I'm looking for a date.
Super long.
I'm just looking for a date and a strike that has some decent volume on it.
Fart.
So I've been watching the regionals. KRE is down. I grabbed some puts on that yesterday. Pac West is going back down. It's going up. I think it might go back up, but it's hard to say. New York Community Bank, they've been going sideways for a while. They're starting to trend down now. Closer to my puts on that. And the other one is Gap. Doing puts on Gap. They're trending up now. Great. But I bought some puts the other day. They were doing good. So they have an earnings call Thursday after hours. I don't think they're going to do good like everybody else. So hopefully that'll dip after that. I'll sell the puts on Friday. Or cash out, I should say.
Hey, Skull, did you look at the January 2025 calls for Warby? I just posted the $5 call on it is only $7.45.
Dated out 2 years, $5 call for $7 and what'd you say?
$5 call for $7. The strike price was $5. The cost is $7.45, meaning that you would break even at $12.45. So not even a dollar up from where we're at right now, right?
Right. Yeah, that's actually...
That would also protect you against any possible recession. No, I think that's an excellent. I mean, that's exactly what I did with Matterport is, with these lower moving stocks that you have a tendency to feel are going to move up a couple bucks. I've been looking like super long and finding some really cheap calls just because there is no volume.
Yeah, and I wonder, they were on my short list for a while because of some things that were suspicious. So I wonder if family offices are getting in, they're normally smart money, right? So, 2025 $5 calls.
That'll also give you time for the family offices thing to actually play out and stuff like that too.
Right, because it could take months. It could take many months for
Yep.
whatever is happening to come out. That's true. All right. Good call, Java.
No problem. Here to help. Yeah, I mean, I know that I'm kind of bearish on the market right now, but I mean, that's why I keep having a tendency to look at these January 2025 calls because I think we'll be fine. So.
Yeah, the bid-ask spread on it's pretty wide. I wonder if I can get in cheap. Someone will sell these to me for cheap.
Yeah, I mean, over the next couple days too, you might actually be right because people will be looking at liquidating their positions and stuff. I mean, you could definitely probably swoop in and snag a low one.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I in the chat earlier, I left a little note from a technical firm I subscribe to. They're expecting a bounce around 4,100 on SPX if we get down that low, but they think that'll be a short-term low, given how the market positioning is. So that being said, the other thing I wanted to talk about was I bought the dip on Tyson, and it's been playing out really well. And yesterday, a news flash came out that there is a national animal health emergency with chickens in Brazil, and that's one of the bigger exports. So Tyson's being a good buy the dip opportunity. I still think it has a long way to go back up. Just look at the chart. So I'm long in shares, and I just wanted to bring that up to everybody to kind of look at and make their own decisions.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a good watch point. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's a bounce, because I want to see how resilient the market is going to be to that sell-off. So I mean, I wouldn't, but that's an excellent watch level. Because here's the thing, if it loses support at that level, I mean, we're going to get like ridiculous, and I mean, we could see that 45% drop, I mean, again, depending on people's level of panic and how fast that goes down.
We're not going to get a 45%. No, man. Because there's too much. There's too much in options already, and people will monetize it. The skew is all like filled out. We're going to get a drop. It's not going to be a 45% drop.
You know what? I'm not
20%.
saying sure, but I mean, they also said that the housing market was never going to blow up. I mean, once you say that it's never going to happen, I mean, that's the thing that you have to prepare against,
Yeah.
Probabilistically, that's not. Yes. Hedge for it, don't play for it, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yes. Yes. No. I know. Yeah. No, I agree.
Like probabilistically, you're looking at, most of the distribution would kind of like peak out between 12 to like 18% drop, just based on options positioning and prior reactions to something like this. Things are not the same. They're similar, but they're not the same. So you can't say you might get a 45% drop. That just seems like a COVID-esque drop where we were actually shutting down the economy and the world at the same time.
Yes,
it's very different.
So in exactly that, in reference to that, you have to think that the recovery on COVID was actually impossible itself, because if you think about it, the economy was shut down, yet we saw 50% increases.
Just draw a trend line. We've kind of corrected from pre-COVID. There's a long ass trend line.
No, sir. I'm looking at the trend line, and we are still way above that trend line.
Maybe we have different.
And then you add the $1 trillion in credit card debt, and the fact that there's been a sharp decrease in house purchases under $500,000. Yeah, there's a lot of room to recover back from that, because the problem is the majority of society is not at sustainable prices.
I get it, but a 45% drop just seems like it's not the play probabilistically that I would be aiming to make. I'd be aiming to
make. Is it going to happen market wide? No. Is it going to happen in some of the stocks that are sitting at 180 PE? Yeah.
I'm guessing you're talking about Nvidia.
In this instance, yes.
Yes, let's see. It has earnings today. Let's see. I am an Nvidia bull in general. Everybody knows this. I make all the deepfake memes on an Nvidia GPU. All the training was done on Nvidia GPUs in a home lab. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck shorting Nvidia, guys.
I'm very bearish on Nvidia, and anyone who's bullish at these prices is delusional. It's not going to keep pumping.
Nvidia has been taking bears It's been eating
It's
Bears'
not-
lunch since 100. I know people that were trying to short it at 125. All right, so
Yeah,
it
well,
was
I wasn't
overpriced
trying-
then. It's
I wasn't-
overpriced now.
I wasn't trying to short it at 125.
I didn't say you.
But
I say I know
now-
people. You
but
you are
now-
not somebody I know. Yeah, no, go for it, man. Like, go for it. I've had Nvidia for a long time in
You
shares.
gotta
I
wait
am
until
happy.
you gotta. Hey. Okay.
Please
Can
go ahead.
people not talk over each other? Thanks.
It's all right. I've gone ahead and server muted him because he kept talking over me. So, what I'm saying is that Nvidia is hitting a local high here, and it's hitting all-time highs continuously, with a phenomenal PE ratio in a recessionary market. After this earnings play, I don't want to play the earnings because the IV is too high. But after this earnings, I'll be looking at buying puts on Nvidia because I just don't think it can sustain at these rates. That being said, we're still pretty early to the AI bubble, so it might continue pumping for potentially even months, and that might not be the play. But it will come back down to earth, and people will lose their shirts on this thing.
I agree. If you also draw the trend line, like go back, look at the 5-year chart and draw the trend line and use the bottom marker from March 20 and then go straight up, March of 2020, and then go straight up of October of 2022. And then you draw your trend line straight across there and then look to see where that needs to come back to. In my honest opinion, worst case scenario is about 182. I don't know if it'll drop that far, but that's worst case scenario. And if I remember correctly, that is still only at the line of where it was last December. So I'm not that far out.
Nvidia has been on a tear, though, hasn't it?
Can we unmute that guy?
It has. It's been crazy. I even had some short-term calls on it for a little while because it was on such a tear.
Can we unmute this guy and hear his rebuttal?
I think we did already.
Okay.
Well, we got a server unmute this guy.
Yeah.
I think he put himself on deafen.
Oh.
Oh. Wow.
Well, anyway, like no one was trying to gag him. I think it, like, you
No,
know,
I know.
people
Yeah,
are
it was-
too many people are talking at once. It gets confusing.
Yes. No, that was. I mean, it was appropriate to mute him, but also server unmute him as well when it's done.
Right.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what else has been on a tear the last few days? Bed Bath and Beyond, because the shorts are screwed. I've seen plus 20% on BBBYQ, which is the real ticker where the real float is. It's gonna go back to $1, and then they're gonna be all like, "We were never going out of business. Psych. We only had 10% sales. We made so much money." Just wait, and then Ryan Cohen's gonna RKO the CEO of Spy. I see it coming.
Wow. Somebody had something with their Wheaties today.
I mean, real talk though, how are you gonna have a going out of business sale at 10 to 20%? I see better sales on President's Day, but that's the end of that
Yeah.
chapter.
Yeah, I walked in there. It was garbage.
Okay, but continuing with real stocks, let's see, how's Ape doing? That's a real stock, right?
Is that still
AMC,
around?
What's going on
It's
with
never
that, by the
going
way?
away. AMC is the future.
No, I thought
what's
Ape
going on
was
with
going to
that
merge
saga?
into AMC.
Yeah, and then they had a court case about it because it's definitely backdoor dilution. So we'll see what happens with that. Trying to look. Spirit Airlines is like half the price of what it will be if they do merge with JetBlue, or if they get acquired by JetBlue. Sorry. So that's a potential play.
Didn't Spirit like announce like how much they lost because of their Oh no, that was Southwest. I'm so sorry, my bad.
I bought some Spirit shares. I didn't want to play the options. I just went ahead and bought shares.
I should add the government is actively trying to block that one though, so we'll see what happens. So the government's also like actively trying to block every merger. That just seems to be their default now.
I think we should get back to talking about breaking up Amazon. I mean, if any company was like AT&T.
If you broke up Amazon, at least their AWS division would be freaking profitable, and you can invest in that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, didn't AT&T have less of a monopoly back in the 90s when they were broken up?
Yeah, but we actively encourage monopolies now. Just ask Ticketmaster. It's different.
I think if we just keep talking about it, eventually it'll make it way back to mainstream, right? I mean, what are we now? Amateur investors? Is that what they called us the other day? Was that our upgrade or downgrade? I forgot.
I think we've been upgraded from apes to amateur investors, which is what they're now referring to WallStreetBets.
Yeah, we're amateur investors, and Opinion is CEO of Citadel Incorporated. Oh, very important person.
Amazon has their own acquisition with iRobot, right? What's going on? Anyone know what's going on with that?
Oh, I
Sorry,
feel
I
like
missed that. What'd you say?
Oh, we're amateur investors, and Opinion maintains his seat as CEO of Citadel Incorporated.
No, I heard that part. I'm sorry. What was the one right after that?
That was it.
Amazon
iRobot, Amazon merger, which has been blocked. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, you got it, man.
No, I was asking if anyone knew what was going on with that.
Well, it's still being blocked by the European Union over privacy concerns. So basically, Amazon wanted to buy out iRobot, and they wanted to do this because they wanted to get the maps of people's houses, and European regulators said, no way in hell. And that's where it's been since then. Neither party has come off of the issue. So Amazon still wants to buy iRobot, so that way they can get all the maps. And by maps, I mean iRobot makes Roombas. And so when they go around your house, they actually like map it with like lasers or whatever. Amazon wants that data, assumably so they can sell you new furniture or something. I have no idea why Amazon wants the data, but they want it bad. And the European regulators are saying absolutely not.
Well, maybe they can determine how much square footage you have in your house, and I don't know what you could do with that, but it might be some way of selling you something.
I think your robot sneaking up on you, trying to listen to you because it's installed with Alexa, is the real danger.
It just scans your room to see if it has an echo, and if it doesn't, it's just like, can't clean, needs an echo, room is not in optimal condition.
iRobot's going to have heat mapping now, so this way supposedly it can detect when there's a pet or animal, and it's really like so it can search for you.
Wow, that's crazy. And aren't there a bunch of certain agencies that use the Amazon AWS cloud?
Yes, there is.
Pretty much all of them, dog.
Sounds
Yeah,
like
doesn't
leverage.
Doesn't like everything use AWS? Isn't it one of the better ones? Or maybe the best one?
Yeah. Basically, I guess for the NSA.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think it's NSA.
Yeah, and all of them in general, but It's interesting though, but that's crazy. They can probably tap into that, and then they'll have like for anything that goes bad, they'll have an inside view and they'll have everything mapped out. Kind of what they do if there's like a situation in a building, they'll map it out. They'll have it mapped out somehow. And take advantage of that. Throw a drone in and map out all the rooms, so this way it's already in there.
Speaking of companies that want your data, Chevy's removing all Apple, or GM, I think, not just Chevy's removing all Apple CarPlay and Android car availability so that they can be the ones collecting your data when you go through your phone in your car, rather than Apple.
And then they sell it to Apple and Android.
And then they're going to use that to figure out why no one's buying any Chevys or GM vehicles. So, very big brain play by them.
I love it. Honestly, on a serious note, though, I really do wish that we had some sort of legislation to protect against all this data stealing. I've been saying this for years. The whole digital privacy thing. I just think we're getting, like, they're pointing at everything else that's wrong in, or like they're making debacles of things that didn't exist in order to take advantage of digital privacy and, pretty much knows their way into our houses.
There goes your social credit score. Sorry, that was the quails. I'm in the quail coop right now. Yeah, imagine your Roomba being tied to the social credit score system like they have in China. Like you couldn't even sit straight. It'd be wild.
Yuck.
Oh, market's open, by the way.
I said that at 9:30. No one heard me.
I did not hear
Tree
you. I'm
falls-
sorry.
The tree falls in the forest. Does it make a sound?
Very good.
Ooh, Apple bouncing.
Are you guys talking about Ford's patent for self-repossessing trucks? Is that you guys talking about in the chat?
I'm more concerned about Google's patent about being able to control the nervous system with video monitors.
Oh, that. I don't want to put on the tinfoil hat again today, but we can have a offline chat about that sometime, Human Gino.
Sounds good to me, because the funny thing is, like, I have two dogs, right? And one of them is kind of like a lazier dog, and the other one gets triggered by certain motions on the television screen. And I just realized it like totally proves out the ability for them to be able to do that. Like the one dog, if he sees wiper blades, like going on a television screen, oh, he goes nuts, even though it's a TV, but only for certain things. So I think there's definitely some merit to that patent.
Here's Ford's patent for self-repossessing vehicles. If anyone wants to give it a read.
See, Netflix is actually on a tear.
I think I read something where they're cracking down on that password sharing, and they have some technology to be able to do that. trying to force more
Yeah, but
people to subscribe.
didn't they have a huge drop in Canadian subscribers because of that? Opinion, do you know anything about that?
Yeah, it happened in Canada, and it's been they've implemented it in a couple places. It's a scam. I mean, basically, I don't know. Personally, I dropped Netflix, and I'm just gonna take it up maybe once a month for like when something good comes out in a year, and just watch a ton of that, and then be done with it again.
Yeah, I don't know. Might be time for some Netflix puts.
Looks like Reed's trying to climb back up.
Nice.
I thought it was going to head back down to 30 cents, but it's hanging on.
That's definitely a good sign.
Is that shoe on head girl, or is this a different person? I get all of them confused.
What's the context?
The girl yelling "re" and the.
Oh. She looks like every YouTuber.
Right. I was like, is that shoe on head, or is that? They don't even look similar now that I'm looking at two pictures of them.
So into a potential play, which I think is getting closer to potentially happening. The play is Affirm puts. Oh man, super original. But the reasoning is student loan repayment should resume on August 30th unless something changes. That's the set date, 30 days after June 30th. So around August 30th. And the people who tend to have student loans to pay, which is to say millennials and Zoomers, or Gen Z, sorry, tend to prefer to use buy now, pay later over credit. Affirm said that, I think somewhere near 60 to 70% of their user base is in that age group. So I'm thinking they're going to have some bills coming back that they're not pricing into their life, and that it's going to hit Affirm when people start going, I can't pay for things that I thought I could pay for. That's just my thought on it.
Nice play. Nice thought.
I'm going to wait a little bit.
Very
still.
extrapolated.
I'm going to wait a little bit because I want to see if there's an extension after the debt ceiling and stuff happens, if they extend out the student loan pause. But I feel like once that comes in, those people are not preparing their lives for whatever their monthly payments are, and probably turn that into car payments or rent or something else that they haven't mapped out.
I'm one of them. I when those payments have to resume again. I've been sitting comfortable without them for however many years, and I've not made any adjustments to prepare for it.
Boy, do I have a paper for you to read, Rad. You're gonna love this. This is straight from economists at the University of Chicago. You may have heard that they have a pretty decent economics school over there. But
am I repeating someone else's smarter idea?
No, you are, but you're repeating it in a very good way. I also posted the abstract as well if you just want to read that in the comments. But basically what these economists found in their study across all student loan borrowers is that the stimulus money actually led to them taking on more debt because the student loan payments stopped, and so they actually went out and got additional loans during the last 3 years when student loans were frozen. So it's going to be
economy.
It's going to be a real credit crunch for basically everyone that has student loans. So of Gen Z and all of
they'll just make a new stimulus package then.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if Biden gets reelected, and he'll probably force through some kind of student loan forgiveness, right? So, but anyway, I linked the paper in the comments if you guys want to give it a read. The abstract is probably enough, but if you want to actually see how they came to this conclusion, they have 37 pages of data. So it's not just bullshitting.
Well, I'm glad to see smart people think that I might have an idea, because it's good, since I am not smart people. I just don't know if I think it's going to hit companies like Affirm, or if it's going to hit car companies when people can't make their car payments and trade out their vehicles. I'm just trying to think where people are going to make those cuts on spending in their
Puts on
life.
Carvana, cause like all the used cars get repossessed, and then Carvana can't sell its inventory at anywhere near cost.
Or are they going to get a bunch of cheap cars as people start trading in vehicles they bought in the last couple of years because they can't afford the payments? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
And then Carvana is given like unlimited liquidity by Ally Bank because they already gave them a $2 billion floor plan, and the next thing you know, they're just the Enron of used cars. I could see it. I could see it happening.
I had some $11.50 puts on Carvana. They went green like a week or two ago, so I'm ready to get back in.
Yeah, old Freckles, I agree with you, buddy. You could have been making payments directly towards the principal of your student loans during the last several years.
Yeah, but as we've learned, when people who don't have a lot of free cash get extra free cash, they tend to spend it more than save it. It's just the nature of the world.
There's an interesting meme here. Cricket protein is actually listed under the FDA name Acheta because it's more appetizing. So if you see Acheta on any of your products, know that it has ground up crickets in it, and you're basically like living out the Snowpiercer life in real life.
Yeah, is that like how
Yum, roasted Acheta, man.
Is that like how dolphin fish is referred to as mahi mahi on menus so that people don't associate it with dolphin the animal?
Yes.
Well, it is two different things.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think mahi mahi is. Hang on.
It is dolphin. It is it's called dolphin fish, but
it's not dolphin the animal. It's dolphin the fish, which is a different thing. But they don't want the association with dolphin.
I gotcha. Yeah,
so they just call it mahi mahi so that people
Thank you,
don't
Charming
see the word
Style. That's
dolphin.
exactly a mahi mahi, aka dolphin fish.
Yeah.
Oh, there's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a picture inserted in the chat.
I've caught some of those fun fish to catch, actually.
That looks like a fun. Was it a good fight?
Yep. Took about it was a pretty big one too. It took about 20 minutes, half hour to bring it in.
Charming. Where in Florida did you catch that? Is that like down by like Sarasota, Siesta? Palm Beach, huh? Nice. I might have to go try that.
I linked you to 100% pure cricket powder slut spoiler in case you wanted to buy some.
Isn't cricket also a significantly more efficient source of protein than like red meats?
It's supposed to be really big. The shell has like stuff that causes massive inflammation. It's like really bad.
Novartis says that he snorts the cricket powder. Does that make you jump higher?
Makes them jumpy. I go to this grocery. It's like an all organic grocery store, and they have organic crickets, like dried up crickets in a jar you can buy by the pound.
Well, if cricket powder makes you jumpy, I think I've snorted some cricket powder before, if you know what I mean.
The new illegalized substance in the NCAA.
I'm laughing at this. Eat your damn bugs.
Yeah. I just like how markets open and then the chat immediately takes a hard turn to somewhere. Yesterday it was video games. Today it's cricket powder.
I mean, we can talk market stuff, but I feel like right now SPY is just hanging on debt ceiling talk, right?
I mean, for the first 15 minutes of market open, I normally just watch and try to sell out of my positions that are profitable, right? I don't know if anybody else does that, but that's what I do.
Yeah,
I'll tell
that,
you-
and if I've heard news on something, I try to snag a quick something.
Yeah.
I'll tell you when I have profitable positions if that's my play.
Have any of you kept up with the Brian Kohlberger case?
I'm not familiar. Who is that?
The college, the guy who killed 4 people in Idaho, the 4 college students.
Cool.
How does this affect markets? Or I mean, maybe it doesn't, but it's all right. We're talking about cricket protein, and there's no publicly traded
It
cricket
doesn't.
companies.
I don't think it does.
I was about to say, Scald, where does cricket protein in video games really impact the market? I think at this point we're just going free.
We could talk about people murdering. That's fine.
Yeah, dude, there's so many theories going around, and like the media is like, there's like a gag order, and the parents can't talk about it, but they want to talk about the victims' families want to talk about it, but there's a gag order and they can't. So the media is speculating on like what's going on. It's just wild. Like, this is recent. It's not like an old case. It's like happening right now, and the trial is about to start.
Yeah,
You
I
guys
dropped a
aren't
quick
familiar
article
with
about
this
that.
at all? Brian Kohlberger is his name.
I keep thinking you're going to say Ryan Cohen, and this is really messing with
No,
my mind.
I dropped a
Like,
link
I
to an
can't get
article if
over it.
anybody was interested in reading it. I had to look at it real quick.
In Idaho, the death penalty is military trained people line up with AR-15s and take turns shooting him, and they're trying to go for the death penalty to get him.
Wait, did you just describe a firing line as people lining up and taking turns shooting somebody?
Yeah, I did. I don't know.
I don't
the
think
word
that's
for
how
it.
that's not how it works, but yeah.
I don't know what it's called. But yeah.
I would have assumed they just put you in, like, a crate and then just keep putting potatoes on top of you until you're crushed.
That's how Idaho penalty works.
That's how the Idahoans do it.
Just constantly adding potatoes, and just each person takes a turn to put one potato in until eventually you are just death by potato.
Honestly, that would be a good way for revenge for the parents.
It's so cruel.
It's a
Yeah.
bonding experience with your kids. You can put little faces on the potatoes and everything. It's very
Oh.
cute.
Isn't it?
Oh, Jesus.
What? Brad and
Damn.
circuses.
All I'm saying is, My America would be very entertaining.
Are you 35?
Am I 35?
No, Rad. Are you 35?
Oh yeah, and American born, so you can vote for me.
Yeah, you can run for president. Then go
Listen,
for it.
listen. I'm gonna be the
Better than
best
our current
president.
options.
First rule as president: mandatory gay marriage for everybody. It's going right in there. Forget legalizing. Everyone
Hey,
just gay marriage across the board.
What if I want to marry my dog?
As long as you can tell me that it's a male dog and you're a male, you know what?
Okay.
Mandatory.
Thank you.
Mandatory. And will all states have produce-based executions? Like here in
Of course.
Ohio, will we have to just? Did you say of course?
Indiana is corn.
We just
Yeah,
throw
some
someone into a
states
corn
have-
silo and they're gone.
No. Nebraska
there.
has corn. Nebraska has corn. You guys will have to justify your own specific produce, and it'll be great for farmers. We'll grow more things. Ultimately, great for the economy. You're welcome.
We'll just tie people up to our concrete corn.
I can see the media headline or the online headline. 50 different states, 50 different ways to die.
If you guys are unaware, we have a field of concrete corn here in Ohio. It's a bunch of concrete corn statues in this field. We'll just tie people to them.
That is creepy.
Isn't it? I drove by it once and I was like, what is that? I looked it up online and it was like, it's a field of concrete corn statues.
All right, so my wife is from Indiana, and I'm going to have to show her this.
Oh my god, it's the corn!
It's the corn. Yeah, that was my wife being like, oh my god. Yeah, when you first see it, you're like, is that a field of concrete corn stalks? And then you look it up and it is. And it doesn't make any more sense once you read about it. It just is there.
So I showed my wife the picture of it because she's from Indiana, and she looks at it and she goes, "Yeah, that's about right." She goes, "It's probably next to all the windmills."
Why? Do we know why it's there? Is there a significant reason why they did this?
It's to pay homage to the alien who brought corn in the first place to America.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought it was for the band Korn, that they were just huge fans.
I think there's one of those that is dressed in like, goth attire that is attributed to that, but that's about it.
Yeah, there was a professor from The Ohio State University who wanted to create a tribute to the corn industry, and they did that by creating a field of concrete corn. That's it. I'm like, there's they refuse to explain further.
Can we put a bunch of online theories about why it exists and make them really crazy and call it the Cornspiracies?
Imagine if you have poor eyesight and you just see that. What are your first thoughts,
Butt plugs.
It's to know.
Uvixi is up 5% today.
Georgia, get in here.
Well, this forum is just for stocks and profits. Hey, Dink. But so I don't have any plays at all, and nor I don't anticipate. Nor what am I doing with my words? I don't know, but I don't anticipate having a stock play. I'm trying to buy back some options that I sold months ago. sold leaps. So just putting in, reviewing quite a long list of leaps that I've sold, and today they are, well, they can be purchased back at a profit today. So that's what I'm doing. Hey, Dink, everybody, Scald, Java, Rylar, Off the Grid, Jim and Gina, and Rad the Reptile. Yeah. And yeah, and I would, yes, and
What's up, Georgia?
yeah.
Good morning, Georgia.
Yeah,
Georgia.
and for the gays and for presidency and stuff, yeah, yeah, man, I hear you. I definitely would. I would vote for that.
Why does Spy keep going down?
I bet we could ask Maggie Moon if she was here.
I mean, I'm just wondering, because, like...
Spy's going down because we don't have a debt ceiling solution.
Oh, Novartis is about to buy puts. Then Spy will turn around. Good, good. He's going to take one for the team.
Riley, are you still here?
I'm here. What's up?
I just got quiet.
Oh, I was away for a little bit and then heard you right when I got back.
Oh, wow.
Good timing.
Mm-hmm.
Chinese EVs are tanking. Leap and Leopard, do you think solar is you're bullish on that right now? I'm looking at this chart for TAN, the solar index. and I feel like it has more drop to go, but that's just my opinion.
The chat would like to know, Dinksess, do you have a Squishmallow collection?
Oh God, should I show him?
I'm okay if we shift the conversation to that because no one else has anything to bring forward.
I'll just show a picture.
Ooh.
Oh, I have a similar hammock to contain stuffed animals in my kids' room.
I'm 25 though. That's the problem.
I think it's alright.
And I definitely hung it up wrong. I let my mom do it, and I kept telling her to do it further apart, and she was like, "No, this is how it's supposed to be." And then it just like kept sagging and sagging, but it's staying up there, so whatever.
I'm not going to hate on a 25-year-old for having stuffed animals because I'm 35 and I play Warhammer, so I've got a bunch of little miniatures of Space Marines. So I can't really throw stones.
Yeah, I honestly don't like it when people like hate on like people's like little joys. Like, you know what? That's their joy in life. You know, whether it's Warhammer or video games or Squishmallows or whatever the hell it is. You know what I mean? If it makes them happy, I mean, what does it matter to you? You know?
Well,
Yeah, people rip on me for playing Pokemon in my 30s and whatever. It's fun.
Me too, sir. I'm in my 40s and I will occasionally play Pokemon Go because my kids love playing it and I like playing it with them. So.
Yeah, it's like it's no longer a guilty pleasure for me. I'm just calling it a pleasure.
Yeah, I have a classic Nintendo collection that rivals, I think, anyone I physically know.
What do you think of the new? They released the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance on the Nintendo Switch Virtual Console thing.
I think it's cool. I'm actually excited to. I'm going to pick up the HD remaster of Advance Wars.
Oh yeah, that looks great too. I haven't played that since the first one came out.
So it honestly is like Advance Wars was a remake of a game on original Nintendo called Conflict, but it looks like they pretty much reskinned and rethemed the entire thing to make it a little bit more wide base friendly, as opposed to Conflict was just kind of very militant, and it had the exact same setup. So
Yeah, Advance Wars is very cartoony, kind of anime in a way.
yeah, I actually also just bought something. Speaking of Game Boy things, let me see if I can find the link. Has anybody heard of the company called Analog? They remake game systems that are pretty much HD. I picked up a Game Boy from them, or pre-ordered one, should I say.
Are they remake? What do they call it? Are they like bootlegs?
No, you know how like the old Nintendo has like they have they're not called emulators. They're like the knockoff versions, the ones that are like newer. I can't remember the word is escaping me right now. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna post the link.
That was a good post, Leap 'em Upward. That was good. On top of things.
Why is SPY going down? A question for the ages.
Isn't it just the debt ceiling sell-off?
I guess.
I haven't seen any other news. Have you?
Nope.
Just fear-mongering?
Yeah, but hadn't the market been running up like unreasonably the last week and a half, considering the fact that there was a debt ceiling standoff still?
Yeah, I mean, it was pushing 4,200, like S&P was, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, Slut. That was fake. I was calling, I think on Monday I called it a bull trap. I think what we were seeing is the market fighting not the Fed, but like, I don't think it's going in that like the direction that the upper class wants to steer the market in, because if they steer it in a higher direction right now, it's actually going to like wedge that wealth gap even farther. Which is why I think they want inflation to stand at 3% annually instead of 2% annually, because even though inflation is at 3% annually, our minimum wages aren't actually going up at all. So it's, again, like I said, making that wealth gap larger year by year. J Hinchb, the analog products. That's awesome, actually. How does the Nintendo and the Super Nintendo one work? Are they decent? I heard there was some like wiggle in the cartridge space.
this post. Dad rages after daughter's private school claims dinosaurs don't exist and that the Earth is only 6,000 years old. Imagine spending. I know my kid's school is not cheap. Imagine spending that kind of money and then finding out that they're like teaching them that dinosaurs aren't real. Jesus Christ.
Hey, Jayhen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hey, thanks for bringing me up. Yeah, you want to talk a little bit about analog products?
Yeah.
Yeah, so first off, for the Nintendo and the Super Nintendo, flawless. I have no issues at all. They are just absolute flawless products.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm really hoping that that they'll re-release another round of those and I can pre-order, because that would be absolutely phenomenal.
I have 5 NT Mini Noirs to sell, and I have at least 2 more Super NTs to sell too that's just been stashed away in my locker. Never sold them. I bought a bunch of them. I was like, yeah, I'll make a little money, and then I just never sold them.
Guess the question is, how much are you selling them for?
In total, when I bought them, because I'm Canadian, so it was $4.99, and then plus my import fees and all that stuff, I probably paid close to about $700 when you set it all, like Canadian money. I'm probably only looking at to sell them for like about $1,000 Canadian. I'm not doing a major markup at all. I gotta make a little bit of money back. That's the NT Mini. Obviously, the Super NTs would be a lot cheaper because they were not $4.99. They were $1.89 American. So I do have some if people need them. But again, as I was gonna say, they are flawless. Run that thing on my 65-inch TV. I play everything in widescreen. I don't care what anyone says. When everyone's like, "Oh, you gotta keep the regular ratio," yeah, screw you guys. And the way they scale up, the games look like they were just literally designed to be like 16:9. It's ridiculous how precise they are. And also playing with the Analog Pocket, the Game Boy. Again, I run that completely full widescreen and everything. It's again ridiculous how it looked like it was designed to work on a widescreen TV.
Yeah, I just ordered pre-ordered one of the pockets on their next print, so I'm gonna see what they do with the NT Mini and see if they reprint that after they're done doing the pockets.
I don't think so. I think they are done. I think they did their final run and that they're done. And it's the same with the Super NTs. They've basically done their final run. They said they're done. Pockets are still selling. You can still order one today. They finally have done the pre-order for the Analog Dual. That's basically the TurboGrafx PC Engine version. So they finally have got that going. And then that's all I know they're making right now. I am personally waiting. I think there's still a patent, and it might be a while. But I am hoping at some point they do a Nintendo 64 version. But I think there's a patent still that they can't do it at the moment. But that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
But again, I swear by these products. After I found out about them, I found out them late. But when I found out, oh boy, once I was able to go and get one, I made sure I got one. And if there's issues with any games that don't work, just report them. They are very good at releasing an updated patch to correct stuff. So far, I've had no issue. And you don't have to put it in the widescreen. You can literally run it as regular 4x3s. You can run it with scan lines. You can make it as shitty as possible. You can make it as gorgeous as possible. And then you get the 8-bit dual controllers, all wireless. It's awesome. And the beauty also is with the Nintendos. So the Nintendo one has both slots. So you can go ahead and use the regular NES cards or Famicom. And I do own 2 Famicom cards. works flawless. And apparently, you can also grab the oh my god, their disk drive, and you can plug that in, and that will work just as well too. So you can literally go ahead and get those disk drives, get the disk cards, and you can play them on there. And then obviously for the Super Nintendo, they were the same size cards, like the slot wise. So you can use Japanese, you can use your regular ones, and it's the same thing with the Game Boy. So the Pocket will play Game Boy Color. It will also play then Advance, and then you can go ahead and get your adapters, which I have one on order for the Game Gear. They also have one for I have a couple. I can't remember what the other ones were for. I think Lynx. I think it was Atari Lynx. They have one for, and then they got a couple other adapters. I think they're Game Release. You can also do the I think they also have one where you can use the Sega Master System. And I also got the Sega Genesis one coming too, so the Mega SG. So I have that ordered. That's not going to get shipped till a little bit later for me. But again, I have never had an issue. So if anyone's thinking about it, it's well worth it. It's a nice penny, but it's well worth it if you really want to play retro games with the cartridges.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Oh, and the best part also is it's got Game Genie built right in. So you can literally just put on cheat codes, and then you can literally put in Game Genie codes. 5 lines. At least for the Nintendo. I haven't checked out the Super. They're all built in. So that's another nice thing too. So have some truly fun.
Why do you go down though?
Nvidia threatening to drop below 300. I'm actually looking at the 298 line right now to see if it'll hold that support after it breaks 300. If it loses that 298, it's going to fall much further. I like how the Treasury Secretary Yellen is saying that it could default on June 1st, but then Goldman Sachs, who doesn't have all of the books, but says, no, I'm sorry, you're wrong. It's a week later. So it's like, wait a second, who writes the checks?
It's the 15th. The loan payments aren't due until the 15th, though. So how would we default if the payments aren't due yet? I mean,
probably because if I have to guess, probably because the 1st is a big date for like military payments and stuff like that.
Right, we may very well be out of money and unable to make the loan payments by that date, right? But the payments aren't due until later, which I think that's what Goldman's referencing.
Well, I mean, maybe the fear is they won't be able to pay the military paychecks and all your retirees and something like that on the 1st. So loans being separate, I understand.
Guys, look at Coles.
Yes, Bitcoin. That's what I'm talking about. That coffee is one of the best.
Look. Oh, nice. I don't know what that
I'll drop a link for that. Yeah, that's a really good coffee that I have from Japan. Bitcoin and I love it, actually. It's a low acidity coffee too, so it's very, very smooth.
Coles is up, but it's giving back its gains. Giving back the gains.
It looks like Gap is going down again. It spiked up a little bit, but now it's trending back down, so the puts are getting greener. Just debating if I should sell some today, depending on how the market goes, or wait for tomorrow or Friday, because the earnings is Thursday after market. I think they're going to do big, so.
Oh, Jesus. Novartis posted cricket coffee.
volatility increasing on Nvidia. After some red candles.
Telling you, watch that 298 mark. It's coming close. $298 and then $292 is the next mark after that.
What's up, you guys? You playing on the video put? You playing OD?
Yeah, I'm starting to take a look at these 270 puts on Nvidia.
Mine
got
was
some liquid to it.
250.
Oh, 250. That's very aggressive.
They were bought a little while back.
Nice.
Before
So you guys
this
feel they're going to come in
massive run up. No, I have a June 16th expiry.
Okay. They're talking more about how the chip thing is going to affect them. With the whole China deal. With the, you know, with the shit going on with China. Pac West is turning back around. All the banks are down.
You know, Bed Bath & Beyond is up 7%. It's like the only green I see in the market. Just saying.
What's Dave? Or Dave? Actually, Dave's right too. It's on my list.
Yeah, but if you buy Bed Bath & Beyond now, you're gonna be down 7% on more.
Listen, Georgia, the train's got no brakes, okay? It's gonna not just pull into the station, it's gonna keep going past the station because it's got no brakes. It's gotta believe.
What's your analogy for NVIDIA?
I mean, AI is the future, and NVIDIA is AI, so through the transitive property of things, NVIDIA is the future.
Oh, I agree with you. I do think NVIDIA is the future. I just think that we jumped in on it too early, too fast.
I'm sure it's overshooting quite a bit, but they've been talking AI for like, what, 6 years now, and now it's finally popular?
Yeah, I mean, I think anybody who has Nvidia shares, if they don't sell now or whatever, and they're up or down or whatever it is, I think within 5 years they'll make their money back. So if you're in it long, and I mean that's how you play the game, you know, I wish you money. And I think you'll net some nice returns 5 to 10 years from now. But I mean, even analysts predominantly are sticking as a 12-month price target of around 300, a little under, a little above. So I mean, if you're already at or above that, I mean, that's pretty much overweight, isn't it?
Yeah, it does look like if it breaks that, it'll go down to 303. Or shit, what was I just looking at? It's got two nice breaks on it. On the way up, and it comes the way down. On the video. There's other factors too you guys got to consider too with the debt ceiling problem and a 3-day weekend. People might not want to hold some shit over that time.
Yeah, I was talking about this. I mean, like, if you think, like, supposedly, the famous media headline on this debt ceiling thing is June 1st, and then you subtract 3 days from that. I mean, we're sitting at the 25th right now. I mean, that's going to be really uncomfortable, especially for a lot of foreign investors.
Exactly. Yep.
So here's an interesting thing to consider with the debt ceiling. As I'm sure you're all aware, last time the debt ceiling was like an issue and then it got passed and then the market went down. So what people don't particularly remember is because we cut the debt ceiling so close, the US's credit rating dropped, and that's what caused the market to drop. So what I'm wondering is, even if they get it done, will cutting it so close once again cause another credit rating drop and thus another market drop?
Dude, I said this Monday. No, I agree with you 1,000%.
I'm in this boat.
Now, I don't know if it's going to make the credit rating drop or if that's, for lack of a better term, already priced in. Essentially, countries are like, we already know you guys will cut it this close. That's why we dropped it the last time. So we're not going to... Country, you know what I mean. So we're not going to do it.
If I remember correctly, on Friday, I was saying, I posted, it was actually 3 days after Congress passed the quote-unquote debt ceiling that that Credit Suisse dropped the credit rating of the S&P 500. It was only one of the major credit ones that did it, but still, I agree with you 100% that this is at least should be in consideration, and that this is not only on our minds, but this is on the minds of a lot of other investors right now.
Yeah, so I guess sorry to steal your thunder. I wasn't aware that you had already brought this point up, but ultimately...
No, I'm so glad you brought it back up. Thank you.
But yeah, ultimately, just to finish the point, so essentially, we might have the debt ceiling pass and SPY drops because the credit rating still goes down, because if you go to a bank and take out a loan and you keep asking them, but what happens if I default? What happens if I don't pay you back? Eventually the bank's going to raise an eyebrow if you ask that question for the 80th time, right?
And that would also correlate with messing with the bank still too, right? Even more. If the credit rating was dropped like that for the US.
So this is actually already being reflected in the short-term treasury bills. If you look at the May 21-day short-term treasury bills, I think they're sitting at 3%. But if you look at the June short-term treasury bills, they're sitting at 6%. So you can see that this credit questionability is already taking place.
Yeah, they were saying how they're jumping.
Now, do I have the balls to get SPY puts? I don't know if I do.
Furthermore, if you look at it in the other way of big money investors, if they are given the chance to have a guaranteed 6% return, think about the money that's going to come out of the market and is going to go to a guaranteed 6% return, especially if we're all thinking that we're going to head into a recession.
Yeah, I think it's very logical. Having said all that, I still think I'm not going to do SPY puts because I would be betting on the US credit rating going down, and I don't know if I can feel like that's a win if it happens. I don't know if I would cheer.
We have to make a play out of this because these are excellent observations. We have to make a profitable play out of this one.
I agree with you that it would be poor to cheer it on, but I disagree with the fact that it would at least behoove you, and I'm not saying to move your entire portfolio there, but to move 1 or 2% on that. I mean, to at least hedge against your optimism is, wise.
Let's see. So my portfolio is $1. So let's find 1 penny SPY puts, and I can
There
get
you
that
go.
1%.
He's going deep.
The nice thing about a $1 portfolio is I can double my investment almost anytime I want.
Honestly, man, I hope you get a 10-bagger.
Oh, also, I know I've said this before, but debt ceiling, probably the stupidest thing to be an issue in the history of things that have been an issue.
So no, we should be buying the dip though. Let's just start juicing the markets. That's the shit. The elections are coming up next. The income
I don't
always asks good to juice the market before it's better.
I don't know about everyone else, but I'm having a real hard time understanding Diamond Handed Man.
Yeah, that sounded like jumbled and low volume.
All right, thanks for letting me know. Appreciate it.
Is anybody else watching the Gap play? It's earnings this Thursday at close, after close. Their last earnings, they tanked. They went down a lot, and this earnings is projected to be good, but not as bad. So I'm just loading up on puts. I got $8 puts. It's at like $7.50 and dropping now.
So, guys, if you're still out there, I see. I keep on seeing this reference to tendies. Tendies.
Chicken nuggets.
What is it?
So, like, if you go to Wendy's and buy chicken tenders, tender is also equals money, right?
Oh. Okay. All right. Wendy's. Okay. Okay. All right.
Wendy's tendies.
Clarified. Yeah, clarified. Okay, thank you. I was not going to be able to get that. It took about 20 days. I saw it, and I'm like, okay, you'll figure it out.
Oh, it's been a running theme on WallStreetBets for years.
Yeah.
It's like server currency. It used to be.
Yeah, and also a lot of times when people say corn, they're talking about Bitcoin because that used to be censored on WallStreetBets. So sometimes references to corn. Oh yeah, see Bitcoin 100K. So
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
there you go.
Yeah. Makes sense.
I wonder if there's a Wikipedia page with all this stuff. Probably.
Come here, baby. Come here. Come here.
I feel like somewhere out there is a very extensive WallStreetBets lore, but now's not the time.
Yeah, I'm sure there's conflicting opinions on what constitutes as fact and fiction.
And also, Korn released a rollout too, if you guys remember him. Corn King. But that's more before the server was created.
Corn?
Corn King.
Corn King?
That's the old WSB.
Oh, okay.
Before they switched over to Reddit. And they moved servers. Come here! I know you want to come here. Why aren't you coming?
So Dink, did you see this pendant that I cast for the girlfriend?
What about your girlfriend? I want to hear about it.
Yeah, so I cast her a pendant in sterling silver, and I have pictures. I posted them somewhere. I don't know. Right? It's kind of like it doesn't follow. It's not following any kind of stock rationale, other than don't short silver right now. But yeah. You want to see it? Have you seen it? The pendant that I cast. So I made a silver pendant, and I gave it to her the other day. It's kind of basic.
Let me see. I need to see a picture.
I'll post it in the thingamajig. The comments, I guess, section. I don't know. People don't want to see that. They don't want to see my stuff. I mean,
They don't want to see my stuff too, and I still
Wait,
post
no.
it. You can look at
We
it.
like. This is the time to show your collectibles.
Oh, I made this one. So I melted down. Stuff. I melted down 925 silver.
Oh, you made it? That's even cooler. Come here! Stop teasing me! You're being mean.
Can you see it? Huh, I can't see it.
This is the best post-market open talk we've had in a while.
Wow, really? The thirst is that real for you? Yo, guys, check out SMCI. This shit is crazy, dude. It's a microchip company that's just been going bonkers the
Oh,
past
it's really
5 years.
cool.
SMCI is the ticker.
She came. Hi.
Do you know your mic is
Oh.
open when you're calling for your cat, dog, or other animal?
Yeah. I
Well,
just
Yeah, can you please not hot mic?
Yes, I can mute. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was bugging you guys.
it wasn't bugging me, but if you guys have other things to discuss, that's welcome.
Things that are profitable.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah. I don't think Dink has traded a stock. She told me she has never traded a stock or an option. So
No,
Well,
I'm just
Think, do you want to change that? Because you've complained about being poor, and I don't know if trading stocks will help that, but that's usually why we do it, is to reverse being poor.
I'm too scared about the risk to like lose money then.
Well, do you know about like less risky strategies and like ETFs?
I don't know what an ETF is. Can you explain it to me?
Yeah, it's exchange traded fund. It's basically a stock that holds other stocks. So a good example is SPY holds the 500 stocks on the S&P 500. So normally they're index funds, but sometimes they just hold, they're like thematic. They might hold just like robotic stocks or AI stocks. But they can be either passively managed or actively managed. So like if there's a fund manager picking the stocks and rebalancing it, there's usually a higher fee, which is called the expense ratio. If it's just a passive index, there's usually a pretty low fee on it. So like for SPY, I think it's 0.09%. And there's other versions like from other companies that have the same thing where it's like 0.03%. So what it comes down to is like for every $10,000 you invest, it's like $3 or $9. And then but if you have an actively managed ETF, like a popular one or used to be popular is ARK, ARKK. I remember that one was like I forget what the expense ratio is, like 0.7 or something. So like that will eat into your profits, but it's also baked into the price. So some people think that the expense ratio is collected on top of that, but it's really it's aim on the chat. Why are we explaining what an ETF is? Because we have someone on the call who's never heard of it.
Yeah, well, but she's never bought a stock. At least so she claims.
No, I've never bought a stock.
All right.
Well,
Well,
so-
why are you here then?
So the reason though,
To hang out.
the reason I'm recommending ETFs for you is
Somebody
because
put
they
the
do the
ban
work
hammer on her.
for you if you want to get used to it. So
Just fucking with you.
like so one that I put my extra change into is GEPI, GEPI, which has like a 12% dividend that pays out monthly, and that one is filled with mostly like consumer staples and low volatility stocks to begin with. So, and they pay a high dividend, so there's not much risk involved there. It's equity exposure, so you're always going to have more risk than fixed income and savings accounts.
Hey, look, that look, that is a good recommendation. Get it to do the monthly dividends and put it in an order that is below market, and at some point eventually it'll be filled, and then the next day she'll have made money already. See?
Exactly, yeah. So it's not, you don't have to really look at it as a bet to get involved with the stock market. I think like the whole purpose of Wall Street Bets is to make money. So if you're doing that on a small scale just to get your feet wet, there's nothing wrong with that.
So say I put like $100 in an EFT.
ETF, yeah.
ETF. What? What kind of games am I looking at?
I'm not sure that she has an account, but I would steer her towards the one that you were just talking about with a monthly dividend, not a broader ETF. Because
I'm gonna be honest with you, she's probably not even paying attention to any of y'all what I'm saying, honestly.
You don't have to be mean, it's fine.
Because Jinx, a lot of times you can just put in an order. They call it scalping, or yesterday someone said it was mulling. But so if something trades at $1.50, you can put in an order for $1.27, and that day it won't get filled, and then the next day it won't get filled. But say there's some type of a news announcement, someone that owns a lot of that stock will sell it, and they don't mind selling it at they don't mind selling it for $1.27. They're trying to sell quite a few shares. Might take them several days to sell all the shares. Might take them several weeks to sell all the shares that they have. So you get it at $1.27, and the day after, it's worth back up to $1.50. See, so is it a guess? Yes. Is it relatively safe? Yes. Is it based? It's based basically on nothing other than just participating. And you see, that's what you're doing here. You're participating. So that should be, I think, something that you might want to try. I mean, if you're not a bot or like, a voiced over cover.
Don't think I'm a voiceover and a
So
bot.
I also just posted something in the chat. This is a chart. Jeppy hasn't been around for a while, but comparing to SPY, it has a higher return and lower drawdown, and that's during or not a recession, but like a period of rising interest rates. So like, it would behoove you to put money into something like this over a broader index fund during a period of like where you don't know what's going to go on, because if you look at the makeup of this type of ETF, the companies in it are very stable, blue chip, high dividend. So just for those reasons alone, if you're reducing drawdown while increasing return, then you're beating the market. So that's a good thing in my opinion. Oh, he said, what about STHW?
Hold on. It's the last time I talked to Dink, we got to do like an establishment, criteria.
I'm talking like to everyone too.
Yeah, right. First of all, Dink, you have to have an account. Okay, so you have to do that. So you give yourself an account, and then you start issuing orders. The world is either your oyster or it's rotten inside. Who knows? It's based on your trading strategy.
What accounts can you get with PayPal?
I don't think they offer stock trading, but
really, guys,
I would
really.
What'd you say?
Okay, so
Really?
here's the thing.
He's asking
Hold on.
what accounts are getting PayPal. Really, guys? Come on.
Even if one thing
She's
said
trolling you at this point.
even if that's true, there are people listening who could still use this information. Keep that in mind. So it always extends beyond just the person, right?
Right.
Yeah, we have 112 people on, or 113 now on this call, so I don't know. I try to have an open mind because a lot of people come here and ask questions and they get they feel intimidated by some of the answers sometimes.
Yeah, but then you get people like her who are not even listening or paying attention. So I don't know why I keep
I'm
explaining these
asking
things.
questions that I think are relevant to me. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, but then you ask if PayPal offers. Really? Come on, dude.
I don't know these things, dude. I'm just asking.
Okay,
So
but
I told you,
random
dude,
internet forums is not where you want to get like legitimate investment advice. Like you should go to a professional, not listening to random internet forums. Like
but do you need a
I'm poor. Do you
professional
think
to
you're
tell
gonna
you?
afford a professional? Like, honestly?
You don't need a professional to know to like open up a taxable brokerage account on like any platform, and then just.
What kind of platforms can you open a brokerage
There's
account?
Google, honestly. All you need is just a bank
I'm
account.
asking people.
All right.
not
So what are you offering to this conversation?
This is Citadel right here. This is Citadel. They're trying to stop us.
I told you she had to open an account first.
I don't understand the unwillingness to answer basic questions, but I guess that's just me.
Rather, I actually appreciated your approach.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys are the bomb, y'all. This whole community is the bomb. Just saying.
Yeah, and if we want to keep the community growing, we should encourage people to. You got to start somewhere.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah, exactly.
100%. I recommend start out paper trading if you've never traded before in your life. Fucking back in the day, I'd look in the newspaper and follow it that way. But now they made it a lot easier for you to even play options and paper trade it, and that's a great way to learn.
Yeah,
and try to be realistic about it. And try to be realistic about what type of money you're using. Like, don't be playing 1,000 shares when you're really not going to be doing that. Try to be more realistic.
Aquasoma has a good point. So Dink says what he's talking about, paper trading, you can actually download apps that don't necessarily have real money attached to them. And like you can pretend like you have $10,000. And what that's going to do is that you can play the real stock market with fake money. And you can hope to learn like both basically how it works, and you can make mistakes without actually losing money. And I agree with him. I very first started off with paper trading back when I was in middle school, many years ago, using the old school newspaper. But the fact that they have that available now on apps, that's a much better way.
I don't know. Years ago, there was no such service for me, and I had my own paper, my own graph paper, was calculating my, moving averages, gold prices, and so forth.
Yeah, I learned how to do it on Excel. Like, that's how I was learning.
I mean, if you can get your bucks, if you can get your hands, she's not a bot, okay? Because she had video of her house and her stuffed animals and other stuff. So she's not a bot. She's not a threat. $100 TD Ameritrade. There you go. It's like real simple. And then what I would do is I would not some of these people, okay, when they're buying options, okay, they're putting down several $1,000s, at least 500. So you're in a different category though, but you're in a good category because that $1,000, we can probably help you. That $100, we can probably help you make that into $1,000 just by talking to you about stuff. And by
Georgia,
the time
that is a very generous 10x return to offer. If we can do listen, if this chat can get some 10x's, I'm down too.
Yeah, I'm putting my $100 in right now.
Sorry, you can keep going, Georgia. Sorry to cut you off.
No, the only thing that I would add is that you don't really have to have all these guys on here. Okay, they have sophisticated strategies. They're running software that they hope gives them advantages. and it's advanced software, and some of it comes at a premium. You don't need that. If something trades at $1.50, it's kind of like, you just go, hey, I want that for $1.25. Every now and again, that'll happen. And when it happens the next day, or within 72 hours, it's going to trade back up to $1.50. And if you think about that for a second, okay, so say you're working a job, you can make as much money doing this as you can in your job. So you might as well just do them both.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and like we won't even like talk bad about stuff. Some of us won't, but there you go. It's like really simple, and you got to think about like where all the money is in the world. It's going through Washington, and it's going through wealthy individuals, and they're doing this through brokerage accounts. So you might as well join up. There you go.
I'm gonna go watch a video on ETFs and then I'll come back.
You got this.
You can always,
I appreciate that you are taking an interest in it, and we're not here to teach everyone from scratch, but it's not like we're doing anything right now. And
Exactly.
I agree with Ryler. If you can support anyone becoming actually interested in it, and even if you only take $100 and you end up putting it in, and I'm not saying even $100 all in once, maybe you take $10 every 2 weeks out of your paycheck and put it into like a Robinhood account. Sure, they're not the best, but they are a user-friendly system. And I think apps like Fidelity and stuff might be a little over her head, but just for any new users to kind of get into that mentality, and then once you start building that habit of investing and saving, then that slowly builds on itself. And then maybe, if that is something that you want to go down the road, then you find someone better like TD Ameritrade or Fidelity or whatever.
Do you have a job, Dink?
Just to piggyback off of our buddy Java, even if you're not going to
Yeah,
get
I
into
have an
stocks,
income.
if
Do you have a job?
you just want to make a habit out of taking money from a paycheck and setting it aside somewhere, it's just a good habit to have, even if it's not going into the stock market.
Hey, Dink?
Guys.
Oh, she left.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, she left. Yeah, but
Her last 2 bullet points on her profile were demisexual and recently sober, for anyone wondering.
Hey, thanks for bringing me up. I was just curious that you guys keep talking about posting in a chat somewhere, but I can't find whatever you're putting down.
I'll tag you.
Thanks.
Are you going to woof at me?
Yes.
The other way to start with all this stuff
Thank
is if
you.
you have an
That really came through, and I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
If you have an employer that offers a 401k plan that you can get started in, I think that's probably the best and safest way to start.
Yeah, that's a good way.
You can also ask. You can also.
Then a lot of times employers match the contribution. They have a matching program, which gives you an instant return on the
What was that
investment,
diamond-handed
and
man?
it's a good way to
I was just saying you can also have your employer you can put your 401k into your self-directed IRA, and then it'll all be tax-free. Your 401k is already tax-free, but you can also put real estate, your main residence in your self-directed IRA, as well as your stocks.
Hey, Rad,
It's going to get a little boomer, but I will always tell people you should, if your company does any type of 401k match, you should do as close to the max match as you possibly can get. That is free money right there. Good luck finding 100% returns every paycheck.
Yeah.
No, we can only talk about 0 DTEs here.
I know. That's why I don't get to talk much.
So,
Brad, can you hear me?
My
Hello?
vote would be for TD Ameritrade. It's there's no cost to buy or sell.
They were acquired by Charles Schwab. Can you guys hear me all right?
There's a lot of
good.
I can hear you better now, but you were quiet before.
I just found out
Oh.
that they don't charge on TD.
There's a lot of good
my
free
buddy
ones.
told me that
Vanguard's
shit,
also free as
and
long
I
as you
didn't
don't
realize
use their
that.
mutual funds. You can
My
trade on.
My account goes all the way back to the TD days before Ameritrade acquired Trade Direct. That was in the 90s, folks. That was in the 90s.
Yep.
And then it was TD Ameritrade, and now apparently we're Schwab, which that's going to anger some people because I know some people that love Schwab too, and they went with TD. They have a lot of money now. Left Schwab because to go a certain thing with TD Ameritrade, and now they're both one. In which case, they're just spoiled. But I started with IRA because I was a greedy little booger when and when I was younger. I have owned $500,000 real estate, investment real estate. In which case, I was just like ruined out of that. And there was a friend of mine did roofing, and then he was ruined out of that. So he was quite successful. So you don't have to do IRA. You don't have to. It's a swimming pool. That's what we are. We're the Wall Street bets. We're the Wall Street swimming pool. I just jump in, and understand that if you lose one penny, then you're out. And then, so there you go. Keep that mentality up, and we'll all be working for you. Dink. We will all be working for you at some point.
Yeah, speak for yourself. I ain't working for nobody.
Well, yeah. But there's, come on, there's rogues out here in Wall Street bets, of course. Naturally, there would have to be. Your disappointment, it wasn't like that.
Two things. One, Nvidia bounced right off that 298 support that I was calling a little bit earlier. I'm sure that's not gonna last, depending on how the rest of the week plays out. But the second note is, guys, I got to get going. Good talking, everyone. May the tendies be with you.
And also with you.
Yeah, thanks. Always thanks for showing up and sharing. Like, it's great. It's a great thing.
Much
You
appreciated.
too, Georgia.
All right, guys. Now that Java's gone, let's do our real plays that actually make money.
Yeah.
Oh shit! He's still here. Everyone, stop!
Do you guys ever do you guys ever really try the bullet system? Do you guys ever really try just like if something is trading at whatever X, it's trading at X, and then you put in an order at X minus 10%, and then it gets filled. I frequently get that at like 4 p.m. around 4 p.m. Somebody wants out because they've heard stuff about Nvidia and they're off, but they want to sell their stuff out, and there's not enough shares to fill their requirement, and so my order gets filled.
Do you do that with like a good till canceled order, or just
A
for
what?
the day? Like, do you leave that?
No, for me, it's just been the day. No, because more than a day, I have to put $10,000 down I'd have to like put $10,000 constantly down. In which case, on a lot of the ones that I trade, at about 5, I probably would stop it and start selling on the back up. It's just they go up and down based on volume. It's volume. That's all it is. And somebody that owns something thinks that there's more money to be made somewhere else, so they leave. But if they have a substantial position, it's like a little bit of an opportunity. Dink, listen, and then so there's not. Go ahead.
There's a much tighter spread when there's higher volume, though. So, are you saying that like you're capitalizing when there's lower volume?
Yes. Well, I wouldn't. The way that I would put it is exactly the way that I would put it. A substantial holder of shares wants out to go chase down any innumerable ideas that all of you actually have heard, because there's a lot of them that are going on. There's the banks thing. There's the where they're building the fabs out in Arizona, I believe. Yeah. Water cleaning. That's another one. The solar incentives is another one. The chassis for what they would call like a universal passenger vehicle. There's another one. You just buy a square and pack onto it anything else that you want, speed and whatever. It's so there's tons of stuff going on. So when people move around, it's just quite simple. Put out what I call bullets of opportunity, and the only thing you're doing is what happens if you place a dink, so you can listen on this one. Okay, so if I have $1,000 and I put $1,000 on a to buy order, but it's below market, so it's not going to get filled. Except sometimes they're filled. That's how I get the lows of the day. That's all. Not on the same day, but it's also subsequently how I get the highs of the day. I'm just a wishful thinker. I put those wishes into orders. I type them out into orders, and that's what happens. And is
there any fundamental analysis done, or do you just simply?
No. Well, no, but I mean macro. You got to have a macro. The only way that I have successfully done it is with a macro outlook, and just having bullets to be able to do that way. But I mean, when they want out of think about it. Think about it. I'm in real estate, and this is all hypothetical. I'm in real estate, so my returns are relatively fixed, and now we have Tesla has this huge thing coming up. I'm selling, and now George Underwood's orders gets filled at the bottom. What do you think happens the next day? I'm up. See, it's just a understanding of what it is that they're trying to do, what the brokerages have to do. That they have to find those stocks, and then they have to acquire them according to the order. It's just a simple thing, just day in and day out. Is there a ton of money in it? No, but for every $1,000 you have, you do probably $50 a day. And my personal goals, I need to publish this on my server, is $300 a day and a 4-story commercial building. That's what I want to buy or build. Just putting it out there. So if you're a multimillionaire and you'd like and you like something similar to a guaranteed return, you can put it in my name and I'll sign agreements. Okay, I will. I'll sign agreements.
Isn't that what people did with Bernie Madoff?
That's NASDAQ, man. No, that's not real. No, I mean, look, it's quite common actually to have like a real estate deal where, look at it this way. You know, if I'm in a high tax bracket and I have someone very reliable in a lower tax bracket, my property might be able to actually produce more money in the lower tax bracket. Furthermore, I wouldn't have to manage it. So just think about it for a second. The only thing that you need is someone that's reliable in that position. Dead on reliable. Day early reliable. Until the agreement's filled, basically. That's part of these types of things are figured into the real estate laws. You know? Because they understand real estate is not a stock. They understand that real estate operates a different kind of way.
So George,
That's
when
how
you talk about real estate, are you talking about like flipping properties, or is
No. What I'm talking about is absorbing properties from wealthy individuals
okay.
on zero interest loans. Basically, they give you the property, and you're tied to the agreement.
Okay.
You're in the lower tax bracket, so you can afford to do that.
Oh, I have very little idea of how that works. Like I'm in real estate, but not in that sense, so that's why I was kind of confused.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you're taxed at. I'm not refreshed on like the current what the current brackets are, but I mean, if you own it personally, it's a little bit like it's a little bit. Think of it like this way. So I'm a person. I have a son. Now my son has come of age. He has a limited liability company that he forms. Somewhat under my instruction. And now I'm going to sell him my property because he's in a way lower tax bracket than I am. But the agreement is an unusual agreement. It can be structured by lawyers. Okay. And the agreement essentially says pretty much all of the rents and so what I make is what the LLC in that situation would be all of the rents in the margin of the tax brackets. So if you're going to include the margin of the tax brackets, now there's some other additional agreement. So we have aluminum recycling in the back, or so I would get that. So I'm managing this building basically for nothing. I will eventually own it. In the meantime, I do the recycling. It seems stupid unless the recycling business is quite large, next to a railroad track, for example. You know, that could be if it was attached to like a aluminum recycling sort of scrapyard next to a railroad track. You see, in which case, you know, I get nothing for the property, but the whole point is the property offers something. It's real estate creativity. You know, even you gotta be creative in real estate. Otherwise, we'd all still be at the general store trying to buy our buggy whips, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
So yeah. So I mean, well, if you know wealthy individuals, then you can land on deals like that.
I know.
Then
I feel like if you know wealthy individuals, you get a little bit more out of life than than most people do.
well, it depends. You can make it so they can find you.
It's true.
You can make it so they.
I have a buddy who wraps cars for like people who are like stupidly wealthy. Like I mean stupidly wealthy, and he just the handouts, man. The handouts.
Yep, stupidly wealthy is called a child.
Yeah, I don't know. These guys have been in the game for like 50, 60 years, right? So I assume some of them are at least earned their share of their wealth.
It's wealth. Are you still under the impression that wealth is earned? It's not earned, man. It's not an earned thing. But okay, I'll go with it.
Did I totally just miss the Nvidia bounce? Fuck.
But those things aside, what's up with like the Wall Street bets, like fake casino? Like something or other mod comes on, says you bet so many chips, and then like you've lost all of your chips.
What?
Sorry, what was the context?
The Wall Street bets casino. They have
The one in the Discord here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so like you get coins for either chatting, there's a stimmy that comes by every now and then, and also from gambling in the games that we have here.
The game show.
Yeah,
I
so
like
there's
those.
stuff like blackjack and slots, scratch tickets, rock paper scissors, and there's like a wheel that you can bet numbers on, like roulette. Lots of different stuff.
Sounds entertaining.
It's in an attempt to attract gamblers. It sounds
Well, it does a good job of that. A lot of people fight over the prestige of. There's also a leaderboard with a top 10. So I mean, this is already a competitive environment with stocks, so it makes sense to make people compete over a fake virtual currency.
It makes sense for some. I will author here on Wall Street Bets. If I'm not banned or kicked out, I do plan on taking a journey just playing roulette. I'm probably slightly better at poker, but I just want to play roulette to see if I make it to Louisiana and then come back. The state border is all I'm aiming for. Okay, I mean, if I'm doing really well, I might make it somewhere else in Louisiana, but I'm only planning for the border. From Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, through Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. Playing roulette. It's a free trip because I plan roulette should be able to pay for the whole thing. So I've been doing that's what my interest was. I was just doing like the lawn bets, and there's a bet called the refrigerator 1916 that I intend on doing on those casinos. I have about I have a 48%. I have about a 48% chance, in my view, of breaking even. Like I can go all the way there with all the hotels and all the food. Get a 48% chance of doing that completely for free. And I'll just see who's who's down there. You guys ever talk to someone from Louisiana that you could not understand for the life of you?
Are you from Louisiana?
No.
Oh, okay.
Nope. No, but if you run to the real Cajuns, you know, like he says one sentence and then I have like 20 questions about the sentence. I had to get him to write it. I had to get him to fucking write the thing down.
Isn't it based on like, because they it's like a mix of French and English?
Well, that and there's got to be something else because it's impossible
It's the swamp accent.
The swamp accent. It is one to achieve. It's impossible to understand. I ran across in my lifetime. I ran across a guy from that area. If he had been from France, it would have been easier to understand him. Anyway, I figure I'll make it. I'll make it there and back. In a pickup truck, so I'll bring back whatever the hell I want to. So that's good.
Welcome, Melon. What have you got to share with us? And he left. Well, unless anyone has anything else to share, I think we should shut down the stage. It's about noon Eastern.
Good luck. Be careful. Bye, Ree.
Have a great day, everyone.